Mr. Chair, we're now live.
Good afternoon. This meeting of the General Government Committee is being held electronically and live streamed on the internet. Due to the COVID-19 emergency and requirements for physical distancing, no in-person attendance is permitted at this meeting. All regular practices and procedures of the committee continue to apply during this electronic meeting. If we encounter any technical difficulties, we may take a brief recess while they are being resolved. Thank you for your patience. We will now proceed with the meeting. I am now calling this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There are no disclosures. We are now moving on to the adoption of the minutes. We have the minutes of the regular meeting of March 9th, 2020. Are there any questions on the minutes?
Move the minutes.
Yes, Councillor Lee?
I'm just moving.
Oh, you're moving it. Okay. Moved by Councillor Lee. Thank you. Next. Oh, all those in favor? Any opposed? This motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the minutes of the closed session of the March 9th, 2020 meeting. Are there any questions on the minutes?
No.
There none? Can I get a mover to approve the minutes? Moved by Councillor Bauer. All those in favor? Any opposed? This motion carries. Moving to the consent agenda. The following items have been pulled for discussion. All of them by the mayor. 4.2 pulled by Councillor Bauer and Regional Councillor Crawford. 4.3, 4.5, Councillor Bauer as well. 4.8, Regional Councillor Dies. And 4.9, Regional Councillor Lee. Are there any other items that members wish to pull for discussion?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
One of the items, 4.6, was removed. So I just want to be clear because the agenda I'm looking at, okay, so they just bumped down. I think you missed, I had also pulled 4.6 and 4.7.
Okay. Is that on your last request, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I have that.
Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
Yes, I have that on my
Okay.
notes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right, but so that's all covered. But can I get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
I'll move it, Chair.
Okay, the mayor moves it. Those in favor? Any opposed? This motion carries.
Just
First-
to be clear, sorry, Chair,
Yes.
to be clear, did you say
Yes.
that 4.6 is no longer on the agenda?
No, it is on the agenda.
I
No,
see.
no, the original, sorry, Chair, the original CAO
Right.
revision to the procedural bylaw was removed, so it bumped up. That's what I was saying.
Okay, very well. All right. Is it another number?
No.
Okay, all right. So I'd like to pull 4.1. I move this one forward for Mr. Mayor. Can you address this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just let me pull this up. This is the annual investment report. And is Ms. Sarong on the call?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I would like to move an amendment, Chair. And that amendment is because we are currently undergoing the, actually, this one's not the FSP. I would like to move an amendment to the recommendation. So the first recommendation, the annual investment report be received for information. And my amendment is that staff be directed to report back to Ajax Council at the September GGC meeting with recommendations on investments for Ajax's long-term reserves under the provisions of the prudent investment standard. And 2, that any GICs that mature between today and the September report that I've just asked for not be renewed, and that this investment form part of the recommendations. And I'll just speak to it quickly. The report speaks to the Bank of Canada reducing interest rates down to very, very low rates. We have a $5-point-something million GIC that's coming up for maturity. I think it's in July at about 1.4%. These amounts at 1.4% are not even keeping up with inflation. I absolutely understand from many years of working in the financial industry the importance of stability, and I'm not asking for any decisions to be made with this amendment, Chair and colleagues. All I'm just asking for is staff to report back now, given that we are in an environment of incredibly low interest rates, and also the fact that markets have been impacted by COVID also, and it may be a time to look at some alternatives. I'm not saying we should. I'm just asking for staff to report back with some options. And part 2 of the amendment was, instead of renewing that 5-point-something million GIC that comes due in June, I believe it is, or July. Sorry, let me just find it. It matures July 28th, currently at 1.4%, 5.283 million. Our longer term assets that before that decision is made, that we review this report in September and council gives some recommendations. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Are there any questions to the request for the amendment? Councillor Lee?
Not a question, more of a statement. I agree with the mayor in this approach. I think investments in GICs is not the best course right now. I think it was last year's GGC where I brought up the possibility of even investing in cryptocurrencies. And we all had a good laugh at it at the time, but cryptocurrencies put up, I think, about 18 to 20% on average overall. That it's just, I would like to examine other options, and even as a test pilot, to try different alternatives, because we will be approaching a financial crunch soon and every dollar counts. So I very much support this amendment.
Thank you. Any other questions to the mayor? Okay. Can I get a mover for the request of amendment for the recommendation?
Well, that is my request, Chair. So I am the
Yes.
mover.
You are the mover, so this will be.
And I will email this to the clerk right now.
Thank you very much. So all those in favor of this?
Chair, could we please have it read again? So
Yes,
before
of
we
course.
vote? Thank you.
Mr. Merrick, would you mind?
Not at all. Just give me 1 second here. The amendment is that staff be directed to report back to Ajax Council at September's GGC meeting with recommendations on investments for Ajax's long-term reserves under the provisions of the prudent investment standard. And 2, that any GICs, specifically the one I addressed there, that mature between today and the September report, not be renewed until such time as council review these recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Sorry, one last question, Chair. Just through the chair to staff, do you see any problems with this? Like, aside from the lost, interest for 2 months, I just want to know staff's opinion on this before we vote.
Through the chair to Councillor Lee,
Yes.
as you know, we're currently working on the FSB. We're developing some stats. We're also through evaluating our cash flow as a result of COVID, and evaluating to see the impact based on taxpayers who will be paying on time, who will not be paying. We're also in the process of looking at our capital budget for 2021 and beyond. So all those things go together. So we're looking at the commitments on the reserve, as you know, the evaluation of the medallion agreement in terms of the obligations there, looking at the cash flow in terms of revenues from taxation. So there are a number of parts of the puzzle that play into the total reserve balances. So we are currently looking at it comprehensively, but we can certainly report back in September as requested by council.
Great, thank you, Chair.
That will Councillor Lee. Any other questions? Okay. Can I ask all those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. This motion carries. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to item 4.2.
Chair, I believe that was just the amendment. We need to pass the resolution as amended.
Okay, so all right, so can I get a motion to approve this amendment?
I'll move the motion as amended,
You
Chair.
moved it. Okay, thank you very much. Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's carried. Okay, so we'll move forward now to 4.2. 4.2 is pulled by 3 members, the mayor, Councillor Bauer, and Regional Councillor Crawford. We'll go with Councillor Bauer first, Councillor Crawford second, and the mayor third. I'll just read it out. It's at 4.2, it's a 2019 operating budget surplus and net year-end reserve allocations. So Councillor Bauer, sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had a question about the paragraph on page 17 regarding the tax increment financing. And in 2012, there was, through this agreement, will result in foregone tax revenue in 2019 and future years. Foregone revenue for 2019 is 288,000. So I just want to know, could you please just clarify what this agreement is? How many years of foregone tax can we expect, and how much that is, and I guess why we did this, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. This agreement is the medallion agreement. There was a GGC report that went to council in 2012 that approved this agreement. At that time, the estimated impact in terms of the tax increment financing was 10.4 million. We're currently reviewing this agreement, and we're trying to figure out the impact in today's dollars of how much that tax increment financing will be, and we will be reporting back to council on that. In terms of why this agreement was signed, this is a result of the community improvement plan, which, as you know, is currently suspended and under review. And again, the objective of the community improvement plan is to encourage and facilitate appropriate rehabilitation projects in Ajax. And this decision was made as a result of that, through that program.
Okay. Thank you very much, Acting Director.
Thank you. Is that it for you, Councillor Bauer?
That's my question, yes. Thanks.
Yes. Can I ask Regional Councillor Crawford to take the floor, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's been answered.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Acting Director of Finance. Just wondering, part of our capital budget approval was $50,000 for the review of the financial sustainability plan. And I would just like to find out where that is. This recommendation, this report is based on the current FSP. I just wonder where we are as far as the review and the timeline, please.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. We're currently looking at, so the FSP, we're currently working on it. It is going to be a phased approach. The reality to update the FSP is we need several pieces of information. We need information in terms of the asset management plan that's ongoing. We're reviewing the medallion agreement to determine obligations in terms of DC exemptions and tax increment financing. And we're also looking at the capital program, the 2020 capital program, the long-range capital forecast. We need all these pieces of information in terms of being able to develop a comprehensive FSP. At this point, the asset management plan is ongoing, and we don't really have all the data to develop a comprehensive financial sustainability plan. So we're going to be phasing it. We're hoping in the fall to come to council with, in terms of benchmark, we're looking at benchmarking across different areas, looking at our cash flow, and we'll be able to deliver phase 1 of the FSP, and then hopefully phase 2 once we have all the other pieces reviewed and completed, and understand, really the key is understanding what our obligations are from a capital maintenance perspective, looking at what our obligations are under the medallion agreement or any other CIP program. So there are several pieces of information that we need that is missing, that we're working on currently to be able to develop that comprehensive FSP.
Okay, thank you for that. And just further, just speak to this quickly. I do support the recommendation, and this was what was intended back, and I think it was February when we did our operating budget, and we transferred some funds from the stabilization reserve to the operating for the year to reduce the tax rate for this year, to spread it out over 2, and we agreed at that time to definitely be topping that up with the surplus. I don't remember the amount though, but I don't think this is the amount that we had originally intended. So with COVID and with the things that have been happening with, we spent more in some areas and we've saved in others. Will there be an opportunity to top this stabilization reserve back up to where it was before we made that allocation for operating due to the amount being a bit lower?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. So just to clarify, which allocation is it? Are you referring to the general levy allocation?
Yes.
So the general levy allocation was already approved and it funds the capital program, which is already commenced for 2020. So at this point, my suggestion would be as we develop the operating budget forecast and we know what our forecast will be, if there's going to be a surplus, at that time, we will be bringing a report to council recommending, basically outlining what the value of the surplus, hopefully it will be. And council can direct staff to transfer any operating budget surplus to the stabilization or any other reserves so desired.
Okay, I think I maybe didn't explain it quite right, but I think you overall, I think I got the answer through that. So thank you.
No.
Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Acting Director Sarao. Are there any other questions for Acting Director Sarao? None? Okay. Can I get a
I'll
mover
move
to
the
adopt?
report if you like, Chair.
Yes, I'd like that. Mr. Mayor, he is the mover to adopt the recommendation of this report. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to pull item 4.3, which was first pulled by Councillor Bauer, and it was secondly pulled by the mayor. 4.3 is the indexing of municipal development charges. Again, brought forward by, presented by Acting Director Sarao. Councillor Bauer, you do have the floor. Her volume needs to be addressed, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. I just had one question on this report, and it's regarding the 2-year time frame. So it's frozen for 2 years between the application approval to the building permit issue. And then if the applicant goes past that time frame, then it reverts to the prevailing rates of the day. So I just want to know, historically or typically, is 2 years a reasonable time, or does it typically we expect that we will have applications falling outside of that 2-year time frame and adopting the prevailing rate for the year?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, the 2 years is actually provincially legislated. The majority of applications are approved within 2 years. It really depends on the scale of the development.
Okay, so that's a reasonable amount of time. Okay, I just was wondering that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions right now before the mayor takes the floor? Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to find the report from the region last week while I'm looking at this, but I think it was at the last regional council meeting, we deferred the increase, the indexing for regional DCs. And this report is just to receive for information, which means which I understand the indexing will go ahead at the local level. So I guess one question is, why are we not looking at holding fast for this year and foregoing the indexing for DCs the same as the region? And two, what effect will this have if we go ahead with incrementing and the region does not for this year? Through you to Acting Director of Finance, please.
Of course. Acting Director.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, the region actually has changed their position and it is on their website posted now. They will be recommending doing the indexing, not as originally, they originally wanted to waive it, but they've changed their position. Also, across the Lakeshore municipalities, we did talk about this earlier in the area treasurer's call, and all the municipalities are recommending indexing. Some have already gone ahead with their indexing. Given the COVID environment and our revenues, loss of revenues, we were going to recommend what is reasonable and is legislated, the indexing, which is based on the construction price index of 2.9.
Okay.
it would be lost revenue to the town if we went ahead and waive. And again, we did the survey, we looked at what all the other municipalities were doing, and the region was the only one at that point in time that was going ahead, but they've changed their position.
Okay, good. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
With reference to the mayor's questions, any other questions to the acting director Sarao? No more questions. Can I get a mover to adopt the
I'll move it,
recommendation of
please.
these reports? Okay, moved by Councillor Bauer.
Thank you.
Those in favor? Any opposed? This motion carries. Thank you very much. Item number 4.4. This was pulled by Mayor Collier on development charge reserve funds under the treasurer's annual statement by, again, acting director Sarao. Mayor, please.
I think I just had a quick question to do with the estimated balance shortfall. And we had to do I believe it was $10 million transfer to cover a DC shortfall earlier this year due to Bill 108 and delays in applications. And even after this, going forward, we're still going to have a balance deficit, it looks like. I'm just wondering how or what are our plans in getting this covered and caught up?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, as you remember, we did get approval from council to do temporary borrowing of $9.9 million. And that was to deal with the shortfall in DCs. The thing with the DCs is that the shortfall is typically timing. So even though the project is approved and the funds are committed, we have been evaluating the timing of the shortfall. The debenture typically is issued by the region in the spring and the fall. So we continue to monitor the shortfall. And if we do need to cover it, we will be coming back to council for approval to issue that debenture in the fall to cover that shortfall.
Okay. It's just, I think at the time when we did, I knew it was about 10 million, the 9.9 million, we were criticized quite a bit for the public. And I think it was just because there was just not the understanding of, I think they thought we were giving a break where in fact, as you said, it was a timing matter. And I just want to make sure that we are publicly making these, not statements, but that we are having this information readily available on our site and everything for people that look into it, because it is important that they understand some of the timing restraints that we're under when it comes to DCs. So there's not really a question there, but I just, I would rather not be criticized for something that we kind of have to do because our hands are tied a little bit. I guess I just want to make sure that we are getting that message out to the public.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, yeah, we have been working with communication. We've put out several messages. We will continue to message through the capital budget, any sort of DC reporting, and also we will be coming back to council once we issue that debenture.
Okay, thank you. I'll move the report, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? This carries. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to item 4.5, pulled by Councillor Bauer. This is the 2019 Cash in Lieu of Parkland Reserve Fund Treasurer's Annual Report. And surprise, Director Sarao. Councillor Bauer, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just had one question, and it mentioned on page 33 that we've only used section 37 once. So I just would like some of the details on that, please, a reminder of what that was and what was the public benefit that we achieved through that section.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, I'm going to defer that question over to Acting Director Romanowski.
Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. So yes, section 37 we've only used once within the town of Ajax. It was through a 2007 application for the properties located at the southwest corner of Taunton and Ravenscroft. So those are the vacant lands on the southwest corner across from the Meadow Ridge Plaza. So basically in 2008, we approved a development there. It was request heightened density bonusing, which is section 37 of the Planning Act. The benefits that we received, there was a number, conveyance of valley lands to the Conservation Authority, construction of a multi-use trail from Paulin Park up to Taunton Road. There's a contribution for public art, cash contribution in the amount of $200,000. There's also the requirement for 300 seniors units to be built within I think the second phase of the development. There are also some other matters that dealt with repayments to RioCan for the road improvements that they did on Ravenscroft, widening lands needed to widen Ravenscroft, because at the time when we were going through this exercise, Ravenscroft was just a dirt road. So there's those improvements. So that's basically what the Section 37 requests covered.
Okay, great. Great, thank you for that detail. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
That's my question, Chair. Thanks.
Do we have any additional questions? None? Councillor Bauer, since you have pulled this, would you like to move it?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will.
You're welcome. Moved by Councillor Bauer. Are those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. This carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 4.6. Mr. Mayor, this is the one you were referring to.
This is the Code of Conduct review.
Yes, so
Let's find it. Thank you, Chair.
you're welcome.
I guess before I ask my questions through you to the clerk, I just want to say, I mean, the Code of Conduct goes back, I actually ran on, that was one of my campaign items in 2003 in my first election. And Councillor Dyes and I were part of that council in 2003 where we first introduced the Code of Conduct. And since then, we've gone through a number of changes and strengthened it where we can, and also aligned to Bill 68 and some legislative changes. So I'm glad to see this 5-year review come forward, but through you to the clerk, I submitted a notice of motion to council on 3 changes policy-wise, one to the procedural bylaw and 2 the Code of Conduct. And I just wonder, from a timing perspective, these would, I think, fit in well with this, but I just want to get an idea from the clerk as to is that what will happen with this? You're familiar with the notice of motion. How will that fit into this review, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clerk, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to your lordship. Yes, the timing of that notice of motion is good, and it gets at one of the areas that we had already identified within the Code of Conduct that requires some improvement. So the timing of that is quite good, and that specific piece will be addressed as part of this review, and we'll bring very specific recommendations back to council in the fall on that particular area. I just want to note this entire process will be overseen by Mr. Harris because I will be on maternity leave. So I'd just like to invite him to add anything in terms of the answer, since he'll really be the one that's taking council through this entire review.
Thank you. Mr. Harris?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything additional to offer to that. The timing does work out for us. We should be able to incorporate those considerations in your motion through our review and bring that back in the fall.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that. I just thought council may, want to ask some questions on it. So I just wanted to help clarify that they will work together, one and the same. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any comments or questions from the, okay, yes, Councillor Lee. Oh, no, sorry. Councillor Tyler Moore.
I was going to say I'll move it if there's no other questions.
Are there any other questions? No questions? Okay. Okay, so this was moved by Councillor Tyler Moore. Those in favor? Any opposed? This motion carries. It was 5, I think 6-1. Okay, thank you.
I'm
right.
so sorry, Chair. Is it too late to ask a question?
I think you can. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for clarification. So the Code of Conduct, thank you. So the Code of Conduct is being reviewed because it's a 5-year expectation to review. And the components of the mayor's notice of motion are going to be reviewed regardless of that notice of motion or because of that notice of motion?
regardless.
Through
Yes.
you, Mr. Chair, regardless, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank
On
you.
the point of order, Chair, did you say the vote was 6-1?
Yes,
Who was the lone dissenting voice on that, on the code?
Regional Councillor Dice.
No,
Oh.
no.
No,
Maybe,
sorry.
no, maybe just late, but no, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I
No problem.
apologize.
That's
Because
okay.
your hand came up at a pause, so yeah, it was a bit slow. I apologize.
I just asked for clarification because I was actually quite surprised that anybody would oppose that. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, thank you for asking. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. And that carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to 4.7. 4.7 is the municipal elections contribution rebate program review, and this was pulled by Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the clerk. And I'm actually glad to see this come forward, and I do support the recommendation. My question is, I think we're the only municipality in the region that actually has an election rebate program. Is that accurate, Madam Clerk?
No, the town of Whitby also has a rebate program. It's not particularly well utilized, but there is one in place in Whitby.
Okay. Are they planning anything? Are they doing a review? Do we know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I'll just speak to this very briefly. This is, again, something that's been a bit contentious. There was attempts to get the region to have, once the regional chair position became an elected position, there was a movement at the region to try and bring in a municipal election contribution rebate program at the region. There just wasn't support. It lost handily. And I think the argument has always been made that why should we be using property tax dollars to fund election platforms for candidates that you may not support? And I have always agreed with that. So I think this addresses that. And I also, looking at the numbers here and looking at the amount, I mean, we had, well, only 3 of 7 incumbents actually used the program, and I was one of them in the last election. But it just showing the numbers, more and more people are self-funding. I think with the change, again, when this was popular, well, it was never really popular, but when this was more popular, it was at a time when some people could take corporate donations. You could take corporate donations up until 2010, I believe it was, or it might have been 14. But again, that was sort of the gist behind this, is to sort of level the field. Incumbents, obviously, they felt had more access to funding. But that is, I think, over time shown to not really be that instrumental as far as the financing of campaigns going forward. So I am glad to see this come towards it forward, and I will support the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome.
I'll
Regional
move it.
Council-
If you move it.
No, we have some questions, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Yes.
Regional Councillor Dice. floor is
Yes,
yours.
thank you. Thank you very much. Just to staff, in reading this report, it does state that the program continues to align with council's priorities and vision. And I do see that there is an increase of people participating, of candidates participating. So why has this come before us now?
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Harris to respond to that question as the author of the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. We conduct a review of the program after every municipal election, and we typically try to schedule this one about halfway through the term before we get into some of the other policy pieces on the election. So that's why this particular report has come at this time. You are correct in that the program did have a lot of candidates participating this election. However, what we observed was that the program seemed to be used not in as much capacity as it could have been given the overall level of activity this election. So we had about 50% more candidates in 2018 than we have in previous elections. We saw a significant amount of additional fundraising activity, high voter turnout comparatively. And yet, despite all of this increased election activity, the program performed in a way that was reminiscent of its activity, 2 elections ago. So we felt that, despite that, while there are still candidates that use the program every election, it's simply not performing up to what we would have expected given the level of activity in 2018. And that's essentially the reasoning for the recommendation.
So the number of candidates that didn't use it this time were quite high, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
It's about half of all candidates that typically.
32? Yeah.
Yeah.
So my impression of this program is it's really up to the candidate to promote it throughout their area where they're running. And if it seems onerous, which sometimes it is because you know it's in triplicate and you have to get a signature and yada yada. And some of us have worked out a system for that. Some of us may not have and choose maybe to go the easy route. But I think you're right in that it aligns with what we want here in Ajax, and that is to encourage municipal elections. As the report says, you know, the province has changed the fact that you can no longer take contributions from developers or unions. I never have, never have, and always relied on the public to make those decisions. How much was the amount last year, because I can't find it quickly, that the town had to spend on those rebates?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the total rebates issued was approximately $22,000 in 2008.
Okay. How much of the budget is that?
Approximately 8 to 10% of the overall.
Okay. So really, when you're trying to encourage people to run in a campaign, and this is my opinion, I won't support it for these reasons that, you know, really encourages people of all different economic backgrounds to be able to participate. Campaigns are getting very, very expensive. And, you know, to expect a candidate can't even pay for it. So yes, you have to figure out different ways of doing it. And that all really depends on the amount of, you know, boots on the street that you have that are helping you out. And for a first time candidate, that's very, very difficult. I think it also really encourages participation in a municipal election, which is very difficult because we don't get any coverage on this news-wise. It's about federal and provincial. So municipal elections, which are, you know, make huge difference in your lives, your day-to-day lives as a resident, we're not getting candidates coming forward for these elections, and we're not getting the support needed and the participation from the public that we would like to see. And I think this encourages that. So I think if you looked at wards, and every ward is very different. Every neighborhood is different. I think in the South, where the participation from seniors in politics is very high and the support is very high for campaigns, that rebate program is used very, very well. And I think I've seen a significant increase over the years of people that use it. But it's a point of having a democratic system that really encourages people to get involved in municipal elections at the lowest level. And it's, again, it really hinges on how much promotion of that the candidate is doing. So I don't think its failure to increase has anything to do really with the program itself, as to more of a communication and understanding of how it works. But I can't support that. I don't think it's right. I think in municipal elections, you know, if you're a single parent, you're out of luck. You need support. You need it at the basic level. You need it from residents, and this helps us get that support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You are very welcome. I have, before we go on to Regional Councillor Lee, did I miss anyone that put their hands up after Regional Councillor Lee? Was that Councillor Bauer? I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Councillor Bauer, okay. Regional Councillor Lee, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the clerk, or Alec in this case, what was was there a public process to determine whether to continue this program or not, or is it just generally up to us right now to decide this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's generally left to the candidates to promote the program. We provide information on the town's election website and through the candidate nomination package.
Sorry, excuse me. I meant this specific report. So did we get feedback from other candidates, previous candidates, future candidates, like people who are interested in politics, whether this is a good program or not?
Typically, no, we haven't reached out to candidates to collect feedback from them specifically. It's usually done on an objective basis, looking at the usage of the program.
And to Regional Councilor Dyes' point, we didn't see a huge uptake according, we only used, like you said, a fraction of the total we had budgeted for this, correct?
No, to clarify, the amount referenced previously is of the total election budget.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry. So what was versus our actual, what we had budgeted for this, just for people watching at home, what was the total amount used versus the budget?
We estimated before the 2018 election that the program would cost us approximately $20,000 based on the rules and expected uptake, and the final cost was $22,000 approximately.
Of expectation.
I mean, I understand the points from both sides of ultimately using 20,000 is, not a huge amount, and it does encourage political participation from a lot of people who might not otherwise. In the federal provincial elections, there are versions of this done by the parties, not by the actual government, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess my only question is it possible to defer this report and get public feedback so we can get a better idea of whether there's actually an appetite for this? I think 23,000 is not going to break the bank in 2.5 years, and it's worth examining. I'm just wondering the appetite of people, of if it's possible even to get public feedback on this this program. Because ultimately, my point would be that unless you were following municipal politics and you were possibly contemplating a run, you wouldn't know that this was going to be decided today. So I mean, I haven't received any emails about it, but again, most people don't follow GGC agendas. So to make this decision, I would just want this to be as transparent and open as possible.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not a time-sensitive report as far as our election planning goes. So if council wishes to direct us to solicit additional feedback on the program, that's certainly something that we can do. As far as our kind of analysis of the program, we do try to base it on how the program rules operate, what we saw in terms of the rebates that we received, and whether we think, based on that information, the objectives of the program are continuing to be met. Just for example, one particular piece of information in the report that kind of suggested to us that perhaps it wasn't, was the fact that while candidates, half of all candidates were making use of the program, there were specific changes to the rebate rules after the 2014 election to lower the minimum eligible rebate to receive a minimum contribution to receive a rebate. And what we found within the report is that lower end was simply not being used. So despite the changes that we have made to the program over the years, it's been very difficult to increase its usage by contributors. Candidates generally seem to make some use of it, but it's never really reached a critical mass.
I understand that, but again, this is not time sensitive. I would like more feedback from engaged people from the public. And if we don't get any feedback, then there's our answer. Like, people didn't even take the time to respond. And I think I will move that amendment then to push this to September. Well, actually, to the clerk then, how much time would you need to solicit adequate public feedback in your mind?
Point of order, Chair. I think myself, Councillor Lee, and Councillor Dyes have all spoken to this, so none of us can move a referral motion.
Oh, I apologize. That's true. Maybe
I'll move
else.
it. Can I jump in to move it? Because my questions are along the same line as, or comments along what Regional Councillor Dyes and Regional Councillor Lee had to say.
Well, you can't speak on it then, right? So you're just moving the amendment?
Okay. So I will forward that amendment for deferral.
Okay, so Councillor Bauer would like to move to refer the defer report back to staff. Right? Those in favor? Any opposed? So that goes. Sorry, that went.
Sorry, delay.
Okay. I got to do that again. Sorry. All right, I'll pause. All those in favor for deferral to the report. 1, 2, 3, 4. And those in favor? 2. So it's a 5. It goes 5-2. That motion carries. All
Mr.
right.
Chair, did you say those in favor or those opposed?
Those in favor of it.
Chair,
The
I'm going to ask for a recorded vote just to make it simple.
Yeah, that'd be good. Okay. All right, clerk, take it away.
Thank you. If I may, before I move to the recorded vote, I just want to ensure clarity on the motion. So the motion is to defer the report, refer the report back to staff with direction to undertake a public consultation before reporting back to council. Yes?
Correct.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. In favor or opposed on the motion to refer, Regional Councillor Lee,
In favor?
Councillor Tyler Morin,
Favor.
Mayor Collier,
In favor.
Councillor Bauer,
In favor?
Regional Councillor Crawford,
In favor?
Regional Councillor Dyes,
In favor?
Chair Khan.
In favor. So
Thank
this motion carries. Okay,
Amendment.
so that's
Chair?
the amendment carries. Yes.
I did have one question about the original report, please. Thank you. And it was just confirmation of the maximum individual contribution amount for the 2018 election. Was it 1,200 or 1,250?
100.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was 1,200.
Okay.
1,200. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I'll move the report as amended, Chair.
It's
Are
already
there any
been
other
referred.
questions?
We're done with this.
Yeah.
Oh, did we?
Okay.
It's been referred.
Oh, right. Excuse me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 4.8. 4.8 was pulled by, let me see, Regional Councillor Dyes. 4.8 item is the contract award supply and delivery fleet replacement snowplows. Regional Councillor Dyes, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions. I think that was from my agenda prior to the changes. So wrong item.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Mine.
Can I get a mover?
Move it.
Okay. All right. So, okay, it's in favor. Good. Thank you. The motion carries. And now the last item, thank you very much, was pulled by Regional Councillor Lee. 4.9, amendment to the North Harwood Employment Property Agreement of purchase and sale with Grandview Children's Center. Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank
Please.
you, Chair. Through the
You are
chair
welcome.
to staff. This is what we had voted on for the letter to the minister last council meeting, correct? Is this the same property? Is this the same topic?
It's the same property, but it's a different topic.
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, it's a separate property. This is the Grandview site. These are the lands just to the north of the property that we discussed in relation to the MZO.
But this was not part of the, this was the developer selling the land to Grandview, or is this a separate sale of land to Grandview?
Separate.
So this is separate. This was a town-owned piece that was, that we, I guess, entered an agreement with Grandview on those lands. Grandview's now gone through, I think, Infrastructure Ontario. They've received certain grant monies, federal government funding, and this is in order to help facilitate their future development of the lands, which we had conversations late last week that they're moving forward with, and there'll be updates coming over the summer and in the fall with regards to this particular project.
Great, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions to this? Mayor Collier, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarification to Councillor Lee's question. In thinking about your question, the answer is yes to both. This is to do strictly with the town-owned piece that we are giving to Grandview, but they need an extension on that. But you are correct. The other motion that I brought forward at last council meeting with the minister's zoning order, about 1.5 acres of that site, part of the arrangement is that 1.5 acres also be gifted to Grandview because they need a little bit more space than what they're getting here from the town to complete that project. So I misspoke. The answer was yes to both.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more of a comment. I'm very pleased. I remember when we gave this property to Grandview for, I think, $1. Very pleased to hear that we're going to be seeing some movement on this site in September. Is that what I heard? I just want to make sure I heard those words, because this has been long anticipated for sure in Ajax.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Crawford. The anticipation is that over the summer, Grandview will be going through the pre-consultation process with planning staff to get kind of their ducks in a row in order to submit their application, their formal development application. And it's anticipated that in September, we'll have Grandview come forward to council to kind of kick off the development of the site and, where we're, and kind of express what the steps would be in order to realize this long-awaited, good news story project, not only for the town, but for the whole region on these lands in the town of Ajax.
And especially for Grandview. Thank you.
100%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions to this? Regional Councillor Lee, since you've pulled the report, would
Yes,
you like
please.
to? You're welcome. So this has been moved by Councillor Lee. All those in favor? None opposed. This motion carries. Thank you very much. That now brings the end to our consent agenda. We are now moving on to discussions. Automated speed enforcement, brought to us by Mayor Collier. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I had this item added for discussion today because I've been having ongoing discussions with staff through my mayor's meetings every week, and I wanted to get direction from council on how we're going to proceed on this. I want us to proceed more rapidly, but what we've done is originally the motion, I brought it forward in May 2018, and it was passed unanimously by council that we look into and commence with automatic speed enforcement. Since then, a lot of things have happened. The region has recently put theirs out. They're in data collection mode right now. They're not actually issuing tickets. Toronto also is in data collection mode right now. We have approved in our last budget $75,000 for signage, and that is to lay out the the community safety zones, because part of the motion that we had was that unmanned speed enforcement be allowed in community safety zones. So far we have 2 designated community safety zones. My understanding from Mr. Grieve is we are going to be doing, with the 75,000 that we have allocated, we will have another, I think it's 10, to give us the potential of 12 community safety zones. We will then need to amend the bylaw, which should happen by about sometime August, September. He said September, but I think since we have allowed meetings in the summer, we could have the meeting in July and August if we wanted to, once the signs are up, to designate them as community safety zones. But that's all that we have approved so far. We have talked about, the last staff report, I believe, was to take at that point, once we designate the community safety zones, to take a wait and see approach. And to me, what's the point of spending $75,000 on signs and designating and going through this whole process and then taking a wait and see approach? I see us having a long lead time before any unmanned speed enforcement machines are ever in place. So even if we gave the okay in September, for instance, we would be into probably the middle of next year, I'm estimating, before we see any actual equipment anyway. But if we wait and see what the region's response was, then that 6-month perhaps lead time doesn't start till next summer, which almost puts us into 2022. And I don't want to see this go from the time the motion was passed in May 2018. The Highway Traffic Act was changed in May 2017, to us implementing in 2022. To me, the residents expect more Most of us ran on community safety, and we have, you know, the last report that talked about the costing for unmanned speed enforcement showed the potential of a loss. But I guess my argument and my way of thinking on this is we're spending, say, $100,000 a year putting in traffic calming measures that are largely ineffective. So technically, I think we're already losing that money per year because it's really ineffective. And I'll use case in point, the Ravenscroft sections 1, 2, and 3. We saw after traffic calming, section 3, the speed actually increased. So I don't really want to focus too much on what if, you know, we lose potentially a small amount on these. I think what we are all most wanting to do is increase community safety and reduce speeding. And if we're able to do that, even if we do lose a small amount on the unmanned speed enforcement, I think we've accomplished our goal. So I would like to just put that out there and just get a feeling from council. Do we want to just wait and see and just stick with what we've already decided and just see what the region comes up with next year? Or do we want to take a more proactive approach, and do we want to get the ball rolling now quicker so we're in a position to get these units installed in our municipality quicker? And I'll just turn it over to you now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I'm gonna walk through and ask whoever wants to make a comment on that. Regional Councillor Lee.
Is John Grieve on the call as well, or is on this Zoom meeting?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Lee. John and myself are both on the call.
Great. So through the chair to staff then. So if we were to expedite as per the mayor's possible recommendation, what do you see as the downside of this? Where's the risk?
Well, first of all, through the chair to Councillor Lee, I don't know if we can speak specifics, and John might be able to fill in the gaps here, but right now we have only 2 community safety zones where we could deploy ASE, or at least go through the process in order to have ASE or automated speed enforcement implemented in those zones, because those are established community safety zones. And I imagine there's some timelines in there similar to when the region prior to installing their infrastructure, they had signs out there coming soon, certain amount of timelines that have to be in place before the cameras can actually be physically out there. The thing is, we have to implement or put the signage out. There's bylaws that have to be passed in order to have those, I guess, recognized in order to have those as enforceable areas. The downsides, maybe John can jump in and answer that question. Are you looking for like a financial downside, a processing downside?
I mean, realistically, you know, this is uncharted ground for a lot of people. So based on your planning and traffic expertise, I'm just wondering, what is the possible downside of expediting this? And John, at the same time, for those people watching at home who may not have the agenda, what are our 2 current community safety zones?
Sure. So through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, the 2 existing community safety zones, the first one is Ritchie, between Westy and Kingston Road. And then the second one is Delaney, between Elizabeth and Church Street. So those are the 2 existing. Mayor Collier was correct that there are 10 additional that were identified in a report to council in February, which we are in the process of signing. In my opinion, the reason for caution and why we had the recommendations we did in February related to this program is because this is a brand new program. There are many unknowns, and one of them is very much cost, but also it is simply the execution of the program as well. Tickets, if they are fought, are dealt with through the court system. And in the town of Ajax, we rely on the region's court system. So there is an unknown related to if there is court capacity for both the region to process their tickets potentially through this program, as well as our tickets, in addition to existing requirements. So the reason for caution was to allow the regional program to be initiated and to get some feedback on the costs and some of the other impacts before the town push forward with our program.
Okay, that is helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to apologize to Regional Councillor Crawford. Her hand was up first, and I missed
Sorry.
that. Councillor Crawford, you have the floor.
Apology accepted. I just wanted to state that through Vision Zero, I did get an email from Stephen that, of course, the whole systems have been installed on for us. It was on Bailey, but that again, that the courts have been closed. That was as of May 29th, and also the processing center. So of course, like as the mayor said, they're only collecting data at this point, there's no implication to that at all. And well, I think I've been a fairly strong advocate for speed enforcement and for road calming in Ajax. If I could put an automated speed enforcement on any street I wanted to, I would be a much happier councillor. Unfortunately, they have to be dictated to the community safety zones, which usually have to have a school in front of them. So, and I'm fully in support of that. But sometimes those are not the streets that our speeding is happening on. And whether you agree or don't disagree with the actual road calming that we're having done, it's still going to have to get done anyway. And they likely won't be on those streets where there's schools. So I'm really conflicted because I don't know if John Greaves can actually speak to the cost of the automated speed enforcement. And I know from the regional point of view, there's a big risk because the cost is so expensive and there's no gain in that. So they think residents believe that it's a cash cow and that we're just going to reap in all of this money. And that is absolutely not the case at all. In fact, we gain to lose a ton of money. And because it's about correcting behavior, obviously. Anyway, there is 6 months that you have to wait. So I think to Mayor Colley, I am conflicted, honestly, mostly because A, we're in COVID, B, we know we are down in our budget, and to think about going into this direction at this time makes me a little bit nervous. But again, it's a 6 months process that we have to do. So, you know, I don't know where we sit in our budget 6 months down the road. But anyway, those are just a few, it's just really kind of some random thoughts that I have on it. And I'm certainly open to listening to what the rest of council has to say.
Thank you very much. Mayor Colley, you wanted to respond to Councillor Crawford?
I can respond, but if you have any other speakers, maybe.
Yes, I think everybody wants to comment on this as you requested. The next up was
one point. According to the report,
yes.
the estimated potential loss was 33,759, and that number was estimated without knowing what the actual processing fees and that were. That was our estimate of, I think it was $20 per ticket was part of that. So it's not like we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. The number that was in the report was 33,759. Thank you.
May I just ask one question? Is that per camera or per ticket, per camera?
Well, now I got to find it. That was, I got to assume that this is per machine. I'm pretty sure that's per machine. They estimated average daily tickets of 48. And then they ran through processing fee, $20, MTO fee, court costs, and it works out of 48 tickets per day, 17,520 potential tickets per year. It's a loss of approximately $2 per ticket, according to that, if everything goes wrong.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
You're welcome, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Tyler Morin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering about the autonomy that staff has or doesn't have I know this has been a passionate issue for Regional Councillor Crawford and I in Ward 1. And when you speak to residents, they don't speak about where the region's putting a camera. They don't speak about major intersections. They speak about small streets. And I'm just wondering, I know we're married to automatic safety zones or safety zones for cameras. And is that forever and ever amen? Is there any wiggle room on that? And what kind of, like, if we are proactive as a council, which you can tell we all want to do this, as Marilyn said, if we can put cameras where we want to put them, but is planning bound tight to the province on this? Is there any wiggle room on this, or what are your thoughts? Through the chair to planning, John Grave, John.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Tyler Morin. I would defer that to John to answer the question with regard to, and just for clarification through the chair, you want to know if you can put automated speed enforcement in other areas other than community safety zones? So
Correct.
Or
Correct.
other types of street?
Yeah, there's a handful right now that I know we're both thinking of that don't have safety zones where we feel should have cameras. It works because we don't have people there. So just wondering what kind of autonomy you guys have in regards to doing what council wants.
Through the chair, from what I understand, and I'm sure John's going to jump in here and fill in the gaps, but in order to establish ASE, you need to have a community safety zone first and foremost, period. And then, but community safety zones have their own criteria. So, John, could you enlighten us with regards to what the community safety zone requirements are? Is there parameters for establishing those first in order to then get to the ASE piece?
Sure. So through the chair to Councillor Tyler Morin. So automated speed enforcement, as per the Ontario regulation that was passed in December of 2019, are only permitted to be placed in community safety zones or school safety zones.
Okay.
And the way staff has proceeded to this point is, and as outlined in our February report, we established community safety zones, laying out general requirements or criteria for the establishment of a community safety zone. We would then take those community safety zones as the eligible locations for automated speed enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your questions, sir? Councillor Tyler
Yes,
Morin?
thank you, Chair. Yes.
Okay, you are welcome. I'm going to call Regional Councillor Dice, and right after that, Regional Councillor Crawford wants to have the floor again. So Regional Councillor Dice, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You are welcome.
I want to go through to staff again. John, if you're there. So if I'm hearing this right, if we wait till the region is ready and sort of we have more information, the communication rollout could be similar. So it would be nice to have the same rules or the same understanding or process from community to community. And I think then you get a better understanding of what the program is from a public perspective. So I'm just wondering if that's kind of where you're going with this.
So through the chair to Regional Councillor Dice, from a communications perspective, absolutely the program will be similar to what the region is doing. That's not at the basis or at the heart of the wait and see approach. As I mentioned earlier, the basis for the wait and see was just how the program is going to operate and the actual costs, and that was the purpose for the caution from a staff perspective. Communications we would mimic exactly what the region has done, and I've been in close contact with Stephen Kemp, who is the staff member in the region responsible for the regional program. So I understand a lot of what they have done. We would do the same sort of communication.
Thank you, John. And I do understand there is a significant cost and it's very complicated as we need to go through a provider for this who's going to actually do, I think it's in Toronto, to process these fines and then of course to the courts. So I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford, can you kindly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna withdraw my comments. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Everybody has spoken on this. Councillor Bauer, would you have anything to say before the mayor wraps this up? You're
Mute.
Sorry, guys, I keep doing that bad habit. So yes, while we were waiting and seeing, is that also the time, like, I think, were we planning to set up those community safety zones anyway, with the intent of having the ASC after? So while we were waiting to see, is that something we would be working on in the meantime?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Bauer. That was the purpose of the report back in February. Is
Yes,
that
I'm sorry.
in order to identify these community safety zones. I think we reported back in 2019. I think that it was that presentation report was pushed back to staff. Staff then re-reported again in February and was directed. I think it was all in, everything was endorsed. There's a list of recommendations that outline the steps. And yes, the community safety zones were always something that we were going forward anyways. Without them, we could not go to that next level of doing the automated speed enforcement. So it's important that if we want to go that way with ASE, we need to have the community safety zones in place in order to set that foundational work for that future project, if and when it proceeds.
Okay, thank you. So we are waiting to see what's happening at the region, but we're not waiting and seeing if we're setting up those zones.
No.
So, okay, thank you. That clarifies that for me. So then maybe I should ask the mayor to clarify what did you mean? What are we speeding up? What are you asking us to speed up?
Mr. Mayor, yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll just try and wrap this up. I've been taking notes while everybody has been talking, and that's what I wanted out of this discussion. I don't expect us to make any decisions today. What I'm looking for, and I didn't want to do any motions today in GGC, what I want to do is take this discussion away, prepare a motion, because we already have a motion from council. So this requires that to be changed to move forward, to be brought back for the June 18th and council meeting for discussion. I wouldn't be able to include it in the agenda as a notice of motion. We would need 2/3 on June 18th. But right now, so just to recap. So we passed the motion back in, well, we didn't. Council passed the motion back in May 18th. It's one of our strat plan items. Okay, community safety, and this is one of our strategic plan items. So to me, I'm thinking, why would we authorize $75,000 to sign neighborhoods and then wait and see? We already have a motion approved by council saying we're going to do this, and now we've approved signage to do this. So I'm looking for direction on the wait and see portion. I would rather us give direction to staff. Like, for instance, we approved the 75,000 in February. Now we're trying to decide how we're going to put in these signs, whether we're going to need a contractor to do them with our own ops people. Well, that's 4 months that we've been, and no criticism, we're going through COVID, we're under reduced service levels, but I'm just saying it's 4 months that we're already down the road that we haven't made any more progress yet, right? At the same time, we're looking at traffic calming warrants, we're looking at traffic calming installations, but this is standing still. And I guess personally, I would want to see this moving forward concurrently. So I don't really want to just hold off on this until September or whenever the signs are up and we get the amendment to the bylaw. I think I would want direction on whether, do we direct staff to keep working on the unmanned speed enforcement portion now or not? Just to answer some of the questions, like I said, the estimated potential loss, according to the staff report, was 33,759. That includes everything from the device rental, which is, it's a lease, which is $85 a day, $250 setup fee, device moving fee, because these are, remember, mobile devices. So much per move. MPO processing fees, which we don't really know, we've estimated. Processing fee, which we've estimated. Court fee, which we've estimated, as well as number of tickets. A lot of things could change, but at the same time, if we've estimated 33,759 potential loss, which I think is really on the high side, being very, very conservative, we know what it's costing us for traffic calming. And that's hundreds of thousands. And is that effective, or do we want to look at this? So as I said, no discussion today, just direction. I would like to see the program accelerated, but I wanted to sort of test the waters and see if council shared that and how you'd like to proceed. So you guys tell me.
Thank you. Councillor Tyler Morin.
So when the mayor just said no discussion today, that means if I'm getting too detailed, that would be for another day.
No decisions today. We're
No
not
decisions today.
doing any motion or anything today. We're not
Okay.
giving direction to staff today. This is just discussion.
All right, I'm just a little bit frustrated. So I just want to get understanding here. So in order to put in an automatic speed enforcement, there has to be a community safety zone. We know that. And in a community safety zone, there has to be a school, correct?
We've chosen the school sites as our community safety zones, but I don't think it has to have a school to be a community safety zone.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, because
John Grieve, I feel I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong.
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moore, the mayor is corrected. Our community
Right.
safety zones do not have to have a school, but generally they do.
right, because Webb, Delaney, Ravenscroft, the corner of Highway 2 and Kingston Road, Salem Road and Highway 2, like massively, none of them have a school. And okay, that's good news. Thank you so much.
Well, just to respond to that quickly, Chair, if I may, that's
Yes.
part of the problem with the regional program. Regional roads generally aren't interior slow-moving roads, unless you're looking at Olive and Gibb in South Oshawa or somewhere. Regional roads are generally like Bailey. So if you watch social media, just the one machine out front of Ajax High School that's set up in Ajax, I mean, people are kind of shaking their heads. That's a main Class A arterial road. This isn't generally where we would expect to see them. And that's part of the issue I have with the region going ahead with this project. Regional roads are very, very different from local roads, right? And that's where, like, I don't get residents complaining about speeding on Highway 2. They just don't, right? And where that's not the issue that we want to address. So waiting to see how the region performs on a completely different sort of layout, I'll call it, is not really what we're looking to do as a municipality.
They'll never address Delaney and all those other roads. Anyways,
Right.
Thank you for the clarity. I appreciate it, because I thought we were married to schools and safety zones.
Okay, is that it? Okay, so I have two more questions to come up, and then after that, I'll ask for any final sets of questions. Then I'm going to ask the mayor to wrap this up, and there will be no more questions after the wrap up because we got to move on. Is that okay with everybody? Okay,
Yes,
thank
Chair.
you. I'd like to call Regional Councillor Dice back.
Thank you. Just one quick question to John. So the automated speed enforcement, is it going to take the place of traffic calming, or is it an additional way to slow people down?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dice, it is an additional tool. It is a it's a Vision Zero measure. It's a road safety measure. So it would be in addition to traditional traffic calming that we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford.
So now I'm frustrated. If we're not married to the school, why are we not picking any streets that we already know potentially have speeding issues to put as community safety zones? My God, I thought that everything was centered around a school. So why are we not getting any options for streets that don't have schools on them that we know we have issues on?
I can try and answer that, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think the initial thought was to focus our efforts around schools, because generally that's where the community safety zones are. That's generally where the 40-kilometer speeds are. Going forward, though, once we started with our initial, I think we're free to look at other areas if we want to. But I think just as the original starting point, we just decided to start with the school zones.
So will we move to other options? Because if you'll move to other options, you have my vote to start now.
I think council can give direction to designate any area we want as a community safety zone. But Mr. Grieve, if you can confirm.
Through the chair, yes, generally I would say council has the ability to direct. Our February report, where we established these new community safety zones, highlights the general criteria that we've done or we've looked at and established as staff. But if council chooses to direct staff to establish other zones, in theory, it could be implemented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions before I ask the mayor to wrap it up, because there will be no other chance after are we all good?
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Mayor Collier, can you wrap this up, please?
I don't need to wrap it up. I just need direction. Is the direction that we want to wait and see till next year and see what the region comes out with, or is a direction we want to direct staff to get moving on this? That's all I need, and I will go back and prepare and distribute a notice of motion to be brought forward at the June 18th council meeting.
Okay, should I call a vote?
No, there's no vote here.
It's not a recommendation. I mean, if we just go through the list and say now or later, that's fine by me.
Okay.
Can we have time to think about it and let you know by end of day today? Because it's been a lot to digest and I'm still not sure what the better course of action is for me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well, Chair. If everybody
Okay.
just wants to get back to me by the end of over the next day or two via email, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mayor Collier, since this is your discussion, would you like to move this discussion?
Actually, there's nothing necessary.
There's nothing?
This is a discussion. There's no action.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so we're gonna come out of this. Before I move on to 6.0, 6.1, Mayor Collier, did you say you want to make an announcement?
I have a quick announcement.
Yes.
And Ms. Bridgman, are you here? I think she's in the background somewhere. I meant to mention this at the beginning of the meeting and I forgot, so my apologies, but this is Catherine Bridgman's last meeting. Her last day will be Friday, our Director of Operations. Catherine has been with the town for, I believe, the last 11 years. We know her very well, very fond of Catherine, but Catherine has taken another position with another municipality. So I just wanted to thank Catherine on behalf of council for all of your hard work and all of the progress that we've made here at the town over the last 11 years, with you handling all of our building projects, and for the last year, our operations department. And I just wanted to pass on our sincere thank you to you, Catherine, on behalf of myself and council, and wish you all the best moving forward.
Can we see her? Are we able to see her?
I was with, yeah. Clerk?
This is like the worst news ever.
I know.
I know everybody's very fond of Catherine, but
Awesome.
you can't stop opportunity when it arises. So,
Was it my grass cutting asks?
yeah.
You were too hard on her.
Garbage pickup and snow removal.
All the best. Ms.
There
Bridgman.
she is.
Yay.
Yay!
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members
Oh.
of council. It has been my extreme honor and pleasure to be able to complete the legacy infrastructure here in the town of Ajax. It truly has. Those of you who know me well and know that I love to do what I do, which is build the infrastructure here. And I've had such a tremendous opportunity in the town, and it has been great. Previous council and current council, you guys are making great strides, and I've been very honored to be part of that through the last 11 years. But this opportunity, very rare, presented itself again, where I could be part of an initiative that looks at building kind of the town of Whitby's infrastructure over the next 10 years, and very exciting. So I kind of went back to my roots, and that's what the decision was. Ajax is wonderful. I love the people. I love the staff. I love mayor and council, and it's been my true honor and privilege to work with you over the last year, and some of you even longer. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate it, everything that you guys have done, especially since I became a director. It's a different role, and you've been also so very supportive. So thank you so much.
It's been our privilege.
Thank
Thank
you.
you
so much,
we
Catherine.
will miss you.
All
For
the
the
best,
last time,
Catherine.
thank you for your service, Director Bridgman.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor Khan.
You're welcome. Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. We will now be moving on to presentations. We have a presentation on Town of Ajax wayfinding strategy presented by Acting Director Jeff Romanowski and Army de Francia. Then after that, we have the 2020 Age-Friendly Ajax Community Plan will be presented by Director Tracy Vaughn and Manager Robert Gruber. Mr. Romanowski, Ms. de Francia, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I will turn it over to Army to take you through the Town of Ajax wayfinding strategy. Go for it, Army.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be summarizing the results from our wayfinding strategy project. As you know, transportation staff are actively working to expand and improve the town's active transportation network. Wait, am I able to control? Oh, there we go. Okay. Excuse the technical difficulties. So we know that council and residents love the town's trails, but then there are locations like these that can be confusing to navigate. There's also entrances to trails and other facilities that are not easy to find unless you have a very strong familiarity of the area. A missing piece from our active transportation network are design features to guide us to the active transportation facilities and to help us navigate these confusing locations, especially at points where trails intersect with roadways, like the image below. Despite short distances to many destinations within Ajax, travel times by walking, biking, or other types of rolling can take longer if people cannot find our active transportation routes, or if they get stuck at locations like these that lack signage or any informational cues. So to improve our active transportation network and facilitate the convenience of active transportation to get to town destinations, transportation staff have been working on the wayfinding strategy. Wayfinding is a means of using information and cues to help people navigate routes and understand their surroundings. The town's wayfinding strategy focuses on signage. Transportation staff will consider adding crossrides or other related regulatory pavement markings to appropriate locations during the design phase. And for those of you who don't know, crossrides are those bike markings and those dotted lines on the road where you see a roadway intersecting with a multi-use path. From 2016 to 2018, the town contracted Stemsky, Kelly, and Associates to conduct the research and engagement processes, as well as to develop the signage design template here on the left. Last summer, town staff from operations and communications developed a design for the Ajax waterfront twin trails based on the look and feel of this design template. And this is what we came up with. From 2018 onward, transportation staff continued the project by selecting locations, developing an implementation plan, and completing a cost estimate for the proposed plan. Improved wayfinding can help to boost tourism and increase consumer traffic for local businesses, which will obviously be better when the pandemic is done. And it'll also help people to find key destinations using the active transportation network. Our process for developing the wayfinding strategy involved a best practices review, site visits and mapping, as well as engagement among internal and external stakeholders. The consultant reviewed best practices in 14 municipalities in North America and the UK, focusing on expenditures, types of signs used, distances, and frequencies of signs. The consultant also engaged staff from 7 departments and teams, conducted 2 public open houses, and interviewed representatives from the region of Durham, Town of Whitby, Durham Regional Transit, and 10 North American communities. Town staff did site visits to the trails by bike to confirm existing signage and identify locations that would benefit from new wayfinding signs. We also worked with GIS to do a mapping analysis and to confirm distances that would work best for Ajax and identify potential locations outside for the signs outside of trails. A key reoccurring theme was inconsistent branding among existing signs. Before the wayfinding strategy, signs were placed as part of several individual projects. During our site visits by bike, we noticed that there are lots of signs on Duffins Trail and the Waterfront Trail showing potential risk of signage pollution. However, Carruthers Trail and Millers Creek Trail are not as visible, and they have fewer signs. All major trails have intersections that would benefit from signage, as we've seen in the second slide. Key concerns raised among staff and residents were the need to provide safer connections and crossings, reduce confusion, and promote tourism. Considering these concerns, as well as existing signage and cost effectiveness, the wayfinding strategy uses directional blade signs up here and kiosk signs. Directional blade signs show bike travel times to communicate the convenience of biking, while kiosk signs improve the visibility of major trails and key destinations. Level 1 key destinations are Town Hall, the GO Station, Pickering Village, Pat Bailey Square, Ajax Downs Casino, and the Waterfront Trail, so specifically Rotary Park, Veterans Point, and Carruthers Marsh Pavilion. Level 2 destinations are all recreation centers, St. Francis Center, Greenwood Pavilion, and the Village Community Center. Directional blade signs will be placed at locations between 500 meters and 2 kilometers away from level 1 and 2 destinations, specifically at major intersections, trail intersections, and locations where trails intersect with roadways. Information kiosk signs will be placed at major trail access points and a few level 1 key destinations. Transportation staff are proposing to install 373 signs over a 15-year time frame. So that's 353 directional blade signs and 20 kiosk signs. Almost a third of costs can be incorporated into existing projects. It's important to note that the costs may differ during the design phase, and transportation staff will continually review additional opportunities for cost efficiency. Here are the, switch too soon. Okay, go back. There we go. Here are the signs proposed for Ward 1. You'll see directional blade signs at main intersections, as well as intersections along Millers Creek Trail and Duffins Trail. There is also a kiosk sign near Church and Kingston to show Pickering Village. And there's also a kiosk sign at the north entrance of Duffins Trail and at Millers entering from McGill and from Rosslyn Road. Over to Ward 2. Again, you'll see directional blade signs at major intersections. And the main thing you'll notice here are directional signs at intersections along Millers Creek, as well as Carruthers Trail. There are also kiosk signs showing trail entrances to both of these trails where they intersect with Williamson Drive, as well as McGill and Carrison. And there's also signs near, if not at, Taunton Road. And here are the signs proposed for Ward 3. Again, there's directional signage at major intersections, as well as the Waterfront Trail. Intersections at the Waterfront Trail. Oops. Oh, it went too quickly. I can't find my screen. Okay, I'm gonna try to share
Mine's gone too.
Oh. Okay.
There we go.
Why is this?
I'm missing.
Alec, I think Alec has you. Don't worry.
Can't see
Alec's
Ward
gonna
3.
fix yours.
Excellent.
So small.
Yeah, so to slide. Slide. All right. Okay, sorry about this. Okay, I'm just gonna use this. All right, so Ward 3, there's directional light signs along major intersections and the waterfront trail. We also have kiosk signs at the GO station and at Pat Bailey Square, and as well as entrances to Carruthers Trail from Chambers Drive, Kingston Road, and another entrance to Duffins Trail at Church and Bailey. Yeah, my screen went black, but that's all I have. So at this time, I'm happy to take any questions you have. And my screen went black. Okay.
Is Councillor Khan there, or should I?
Yes, yes, we're there. Hello? Okay. 1 second. We back on?
Yep.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. And the mayor's back too as well. Thank you.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question.
I know I have Regional Councillor Crawford up first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Army. Thank you for your presentation. I'm very happy to see these wayfinding signs, the potential locations. I've just recently taken up biking again, done 145 kilometers this month. One thing that I noted is, and I don't know if this is covered under this or not, is that the trail, the multi-use trail on Taunton Road, at the intersection of Harwood, is difficult to navigate between where this trail stops and rejoins again on the other side of Harwood. And there's no signage at all on that one at all. The other thing I've noted on that trail is that the transitions, some of them are quite rough. One of them is on Warner, I believe, that like let's face it, it's not just bikes that are using the multi-use trails, but also wheelchairs, baby carriages, anything that has a wheel has to kind of navigate through the transitions of the roadways. So I'm not sure when you said you were biking, if you happened to be on that trail and happened to notice any of what I was saying, just curious. I'm hoping that with the widening of Westney Road, that they will also address that transition where the pork chop is at Taunton and Westney and address that as a better way to transition into the trail system. But anyway, those are a couple of things that I would love to see some signage, especially at that Harwood connection.
Thank you. Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So Army, I see that you've done a lot of consultation, and I wanted to ask if you've done any with the area cycling clubs, you know, the one Durham Cycling Club, Oshawa, and also with some of our funding providers like the Great Lakes Waterfront Trust.
Through the chair to Councillor Dies. Can you hear me okay? I can't find my unmute button. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I can't see where it says unmute or anything. So anyway, I was not directly involved in those consultation projects since, during the consultation phase, since that was before my time here at the town of Ajax. To my knowledge, I do not think they were directly consulted.
And I asked that when, particularly through your presentation about the multiple signs on our waterfront, and one is the Waterfront Trust that has put the Waterfront Trail on that map. And they're a funder though for that. And that trail goes from Niagara to Quebec. So every municipality along the way has had to participate in ensuring that there's a safe route along the way. And it's a really good way of connecting with our neighbors. And we get a lot of tourism through that trail. So I just want to make sure that they're consulted, you know, moving forward before we do things on the waterfront to ensure that, because they have a really good knowledge of how things work with cycling. They do the tours every year, so they're a good one to talk to, as are the Durham Cycling Club. So I just wanted to say also that I appreciate that you've taken into consideration the sign pollution, because it does get out of hand, but signage is important. And reading the report, I think it's important locally too, now that more people are walking, that we maybe map some of these walking trails as well locally. I think, you know, we have a map at the town. I got, and I'm gonna, you've heard this before from me, it's my rant, but the cycling map, in my opinion, would be much better if we just utilize the town map that we have that exists already, because it has the potential to map a lot of things on it, but every street is named, and it's really, really critical. When you get lost, you can open that map for reference. But I also wondered if you considered putting something on the website or an app that you can use as well. So when people get lost, they can just go to that. Or if there are any updates, they can go to that app as well if they're traveling. Is that a consideration?
For the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, I believe the app or map or some type of digital or virtual interface, I think that's part of the strategic plan for us to look at that from a wayfinding point of view. So I think that's in our work plans and in the strat plan. So that's something definitely that we can look at going forward.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because when you have, you've got cycling clubs going through here on a routine basis. They come every Tuesday night for a night tour in Ajax. They come on the weekends. We also have big rides coming through, multiple on the weekends. Huge tourist attraction. And I think that we have to recognize that, because it's about spending money at our local businesses and supporting our local businesses. And if we have a good map that tells you, A, where the washroom is, B, where do I get water, C, where do I get something to eat, and they want to know where the bicycling shops, the bicycle shop is for any repairs. I mean, all of that information could be electronic, because businesses change, of course, things come and go. And that would be one way of updating it. But I really think it's important that we consider the tourism aspect of this. I think it's huge for Ajax, and that could help us economically throughout, coming out of COVID as well. They're going to open up a national trail through the Rouge, and that means we are going to be a connector for that as well. So I think it's important that we recognize that. And I think the maps are really, really, really critical. The school pathways too, there was sort of in the report a discussion about schools, that we're going to look at that sort of at a different time. I wonder if it's possible to put school pathway shortcut on the map as well. Come on, Jeff, take a shot.
Yes, through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes. Yeah, that's something that we definitely can look at. When you talk about cycling around town or other kind of hubs within the town that cyclists can take advantage of, some of council may remember a few developments that before this seating of council was in place. I think we had 2 or 3 developments around town where we incorporated bicycling or cycling hubs as part of that development, with pergolas and benches and bike racks and bikes fixed stations. And those developers are moving into the phase of those projects. There was one up at Rossland and Riverside that Marshall Homes built right along Harwood Avenue. There's a water meter building that's kind of been converted. That will be kind of double as a bike hub that'll have some seating and a water filling station and that type of thing. There's also another one that will be coming online over the course of this summer at the Your Home Developments project just north of Kelsey's there on Harwood Avenue, with the kind of remnant leftover triangle piece that was redone when Harwood Avenue was realigned, and that's going to be incorporated into the development. There's going to be a bicycle or active transportation hub there. It's going to have a bike fix station, pump water filling station. So those types of things definitely can be incorporated into the map. I think the school shortcut thing is definitely something that we could look at too, as another layer to that information.
And where are we with connecting the trail on the Duffins so that I can get up there to all those things?
The north portion, is that what you're speaking at through the chair?
No, south of Bailey, where, you go along the trail and it's blocked at a certain point. You were supposed to be able to come out through that new church.
Yes.
And I just wondered where we are with that, because that's a real problem. That's a connector, not only for, cyclists who want to do a little bit of riding, but also for people who use it to get to the go.
Yes, through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, that's still something that we are dealing with the property owner there. You're referring to the trail along the Duffins, just south of
Yes.
Bailey,
Yeah.
and the fact that portion of that trail is partially located on some private lands when it was initially constructed back in I believe in the early 2000s or late 90s. And I think it's been blocked off for a few years now. So that's something that we're still working on to try to resolve that issue.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay.
I think that's all my questions. I just wanted to give you an idea that, or to really promote the tourism aspect of it, because a lot of these clubs are bringing people into the area. They go for a lilac tour and a butter dart tour, and they do all kinds of interesting things. And we could provide some tours as well that they could come and look at. And so I want you to consider that the sooner the better. I think it's a great idea, and connecting the trails north and south, I think, is also very important. But I appreciate the work you've done on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Jeff,
Chair.
you're welcome. Jeff, since you're on such a beautiful historical flow right now, could you attempt to answer the question that Regional Councillor Dyes asked Army before her time here? Do you remember that question, what it was? Regional Councillor Dyes, can you...
in relation to whether or not there was consultation with, I think, the Durham cycling clubs and
the waterfront trail
and that. I would say similar to Army. Although I was here, I was not in a capacity of the manager of planning or the director of planning at that time. And the majority of the staff that were dealing with this wayfinding strategy early on are no longer with the town. However, I believe the survey work that was done, it must have engaged these types of organizations. However, I think we got from Regional Councillor Dyes that as we're going forward and working on these projects or initiatives, that we should consult them along the way. And that's definitely something that we can do.
Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you. Are there, oh yes, Councillor Bauer, I have you sitting here. Do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Army. Very interesting. I wasn't sure if I should ask this question now or at the next presentation for Age Friendly, but I think it makes sense to ask here. Just regarding all of these markers and the signage we're going to be putting up, there are a significant number of seniors who enjoy all of these trail systems. Everybody does. But I'm just wondering the standard that as we age, our eyesight gets a little, it decreases. And so I'm wondering the standard for font size, and was consideration taken or discussion had with sort of how big these signs are going to be or how big the font will be, keeping in mind that we have an increasing population of older people.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, thank you for acknowledging that the age-friendly plan. So in terms of font size and general size, we asked the region for a review for our signage design template, and it seemed to comply with AODA guidelines. However, during the design phase, we'll make sure that it does comply with AODA guidelines, and we'll be in touch. We can be in touch with our accessibility coordinator.
Fantastic. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. I have before I go back to for the second time Regional Councillor Crawford and Dyes, I have a quick question. Army, the information kiosks, are they digital like the smart cities one, or are they something different? Can you advise on that, please?
So for the digital sign, for the kiosk signs, they are not digital.
Okay, are we ever going to look into smart cities at all with those kiosks?
We can upon revisiting the wayfinding strategy. I'm not sure how much that'll cost. That is something that we can look into.
Yes, Bell usually covers the cost, and they make money on advertising from them. The last time I looked at it, it would enhance our town a lot. But yeah, we'll discuss this further. I just wanted to clarify it wasn't that or it was that for your information kiosk, but it's something for consideration at least. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Regional Councillor Crawford again.
Thank you,
For the
Mr.
second
Chair.
time.
Thank you for
You're
letting me
welcome.
back in. I realize that we're talking about signages, but what I wanted to say is through this whole pandemic, there are a ton of people on bikes, and where bike lanes have been generally a contentious issue over the past little while, I think that I think that people are really taking up. There's families out there on bikes. Unfortunately, they're on the sidewalk where people are trying to walk. So I would love for us, I know this is about signs, but I would love for us at some point to look at protected bike lanes. But anyway, that's just an offset. But I also want to give everybody a shout out who are getting on their bikes and getting out there with their families and getting healthier and having some family time. So
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. And for the second time, Regional Councillor Dice.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry about that. I had one more question. It was about the twinning of the trail along the waterfront. I guess my concern with that is pedestrians will think that, you know, if they're not using the right trail, the cyclists, that they should be fined. Now, I don't see this as a solution to the problem. I see it as a choice. There are many cyclists that don't want to go through a very publicly crowded area on a bicycle if they're going from A to B. And I'm wondering, looking at that, is it possible to put a sign up as you're entering Ajax, telling them that this is a very busy public trail to slow down to a certain, speed? And then they've got the heads up. If they want to go that route for onto the road, say, they can.
Would that be Acting Director Romanowski to answer that? Or would Army be able to?
Through the
Don't
chair
know.
to Councillor Dyes. So the twinning the trail aspect, right now there is a twin trail down in the Pickering Beach area where it veers off to the north and goes through the Paradise Park, or the new version of Paradise Park using Lakeview Boulevard is kind of the trail and road through there. It's definitely something that we can look at. It's a discussion that we've had internally. How we sign that, how we, I don't want to say police it, but kind of, I guess, just monitor what goes on in that area. Being down at the waterfront, yeah, bike speeds are excessive, especially during some, higher volume times when people are out walking around kind of late morning, early afternoon. It's something that you need to be aware of when you're out on the trails, but it's something that we definitely can look at. I don't know exactly what we could do right now. I'd have to talk to Army and John and that group just to kind of see what our options would be, and maybe have a further discussion with yourself about what you're thinking could be considered.
I rode through Montreal on their waterfront trail, and they have a twin trail, and it does not work because they're close together. And with the pinch points on our waterfront, with the erosion and the loss of 3 parts of the trail, I'm very reluctant to twin the trail on the waterfront. I think coming out of Rotary Park from the west going east, that you can easily direct some of that cycling traffic onto Lake Driveway and take that as far as it goes. But I really do think that a sign would help if you just give the cyclists a heads up, hey, this is a really busy part of the trail, you may want to go this route. And that would help. It's just about communication as well. But I think there's going to be a huge issue with how you enforce it too, because there's going to be an expectation that they're not allowed on the waterfront at all. And that's not right either. It's a choice. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Did we
I'm
have any
done.
other? Yes, yes, you are done. Do we have any other questions for the presenters? Well, thank you everyone for your in-depth participation in this presentation. And can I get a mover for the recommendation in the report? Yeah, Councillor Bauer. All those in favor? Any opposed? This motion carries. Thank you, everyone. And now, for the presentation, the 2020 Age-Friendly Ajax Community Plan. Director
Excuse me,
Vaughn and
Chair.
Mr. Gruber, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Chair. Just before we
Yes.
start, I need to excuse myself for a 3 o'clock meeting, Economic Development Recovery Roundtable with the ministers. I will come back as soon as I'm finished.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You are excused. Okay. And we shall continue.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
This is Director Vaughn.
Excellent. Thank you. So through the chair to committee, I just wanted to make a few comments before I turned it over to Mr. Gruber. I wanted to take a moment actually to acknowledge the milestone that the creation of this draft plan for your approval represents. As you know, this is a fairly significant step in our collective journey of becoming an age-friendly community. As we've noted in the accompanying report, this is anchored in the deliverables of our strategic plan, specifically the focus area of leading in our community, with the goal of becoming an age-friendly community and with the corresponding action item of developing an age-friendly community plan. And I wanted to take a moment to note that while Recreation stewards the plan on behalf of the corporation, this really is a collaborative effort between the departments of the town. And it really is important that, though, as you can see, the departments are represented on the committee and their work is reflected in that plan. So I wanted to make sure that was acknowledged. And a full list of those participants are on the last page of the plan. In particular, however, I did want to acknowledge the tremendous work of Jennifer Plushwicki and Laura Ray before she went on maternity leave, as well as all of the staff across the corporation and the residents who participate in the Age-Friendly Planning Committee. And again, their names are on the last page of the accompanying plan. All of these individuals have really worked hard to champion the age-friendly concept and its dimensions, which will help propel Ajax forward as we move together, forward together on this important journey. And it is important that you're also aware, I want to assure Council that we recognize that we're operating in a COVID and will be operating in a post-COVID reality. And as such, we will continue to monitor and make any adjustments that are collectively deemed necessary to the plan. So we know that things change and evolve over time, and we will continue to make note of that and ensure that we're doing the right things at the right time. And with that, I just wanted to turn it over to Mr. Gruber with my appreciation, and he can take it from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Vaughn. Mr. Gruber, 1 second, but I'm glad you acknowledged that, Director Vaughn, because from page 4, I've seen initiatives that's mentioned. That's a lot of work from our own Robbie Procillo and even our own Lisa and Joanne with the housing, and even Sarah Moore with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. So these things have been, I can see you've been working with your teams, and it shows. And I really wanted to commend you on that, first of all.
Thank
So I
you.
appreciate that.
Staff have been amazing across the corporation, and the residents who are engaged with us are really giving it 110%. So I really wanted you to be aware of that.
It shows in your report. It was very well done. Thank you. Okay, so we'll let Mr. Gruber take the floor now. Thank you, Director Vaughn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Robert.
let's see if I can advance these slides now, because that's
There you go.
Okay. So creating age-friendly environments requires a process that really needs to look at progressively improving the fit between people's needs and the environment in which they live. So in order to do this, we need to coordinate a response across a number of stakeholders sectors, and other levels of government. And as Director Vaughn was just saying, I'm sure that you can see that in the report and in the document, how many sectors this does go across. And although recreation is leading the charge, it really does hit a number of different sectors. So an age-friendly community is a place in which people want to grow older and one that fosters healthy and active aging. It enables older adults to age safely in place and in a place that's right for them, to continue to develop themselves and to contribute to their communities while retaining autonomous and retaining their dignity. And because older adults and seniors know best what they need, they really need to be front and center of any effort by local governments to create a more age-friendly community. But that being said, although age-friendly community planning tends to have a focus on the older adult and senior population, age-friendly planning is in fact all-encompassing and is meant to have a more holistic effect on the community. And this is why we've included that quote by geriatrician Bernard Isaacs here. If you design for the young, you exclude the old. But if you design for the old, you include everyone. And that's a major piece that we wanted to make sure we got across. Okay, how do I advance these slides?
I can hear you, Robert.
I know, I'm talking to myself because I'm so technically inept at this stuff.
Yeah, welcome to our world.
Not letting me advance. There we go. Okay. So the World Health Organization has identified 8 key elements of an age-friendly community. And as you can see, these are outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, community support and health services, and communication and information. So these elements are used to guide a community, any community, and aid in evaluating their strengths, identifying gaps, and developing focused priorities. But just as a proviso here, for the purposes of the AJAX plan, the elements of social participation and respect and social inclusion were combined into one element as the steering committee felt that they were very close in nature. And this helped us when we were sort of working through our staff teams and our volunteer teams. Oops, back one there. So there were 3 phases to the development of the plan. The first phase was the community engagement plan, which took place from April to September of last year. As you can see from this slide, there were 27 community conversations, which included the Age-Friendly AJAX conference, which was held last June, which was attended by approximately 100 participants, most of whom were representing various senior serving groups and organizations. So they really carried their voice with them as well. These participants were all engaged in facilitated discussion tables for the full day. It was amazing to see what kind of data we got out of that day. It was a fantastic event. I believe some of the council were there as well. And it was just fantastic to see how people were engaged and the different information tables we had. There were also 9 focus groups, 3 open houses, and 14 pop-up events, which featured information booths at various events. We had surveys, comment cards. We actually had maps where people could point out different areas on the map that had some either difficulties or areas that they wanted to address. There were also 811 data exchanges, which included 339 surveys, 316 ideas, and 156 pinned map locations. Taking into account the attendance at all community conversations, along with the total data exchanges, the community consultations culminated in a total engagement number of 1,367. And I'm really happy to say that the majority of responses were generated from the 65 to 74-year-old age bracket, which is important to note as senior civic participation in the planning process, as I mentioned, is a key priority. The community engagement phase was followed by the plan development phase, which took place from October of last year to this January this year. This phase was focused on analyzing all of the data as well as the development of the plan's goals and deliverables. And as Director Vaughn said, I do have to give Jennifer Plashewski some kudos here. All of that data was analyzed by herself using the IMO hub online, and it was quite a task to be able to do. One of the first steps for developing the plan was to develop the vision for the plan. We wanted the vision to work jointly with other plans, such as the Ajax Strategic Plan. So this is the plan that the steering committee came up with, which is Ajax is a vibrant, innovative, and connected community where all residents feel engaged, included, and respected, empowering all individuals to age well, live with purpose, and have opportunities to achieve their full potential. The important input and feedback received from the community consultations were paramount in creating the plan that is now informed by and created by our community for our community. After reviewing and analyzing the data, the steering committee developed the Age-Friendly Ajax Community Plan, which includes 20 goals with 82 recommendations or deliverables. Through consultation with the steering committee's departmental staff leads, as well as with the senior management team, the deliverables have been organized into immediate, which can be initiated with 1 to 2 years, future, which can be initiated within 3 to 5 years, and then future deliverables, which are contingent on funding. And as Director Vaughn mentioned, we know that this is a COVID or post-COVID world that we're going to be going into, and we really need to think about resources here. So some of these are going to be fluid as we're looking at them. Some of these recommendations or goals and deliverables are on work plans already, but we understand that it really is based on the resources that we have available to us, and we really need to look at that, how we move forward. So I don't want to go through really every goal and deliverable in the plan, as you've all had an opportunity to look at the plan, but I did want to provide some highlights of the plan, which we thought were something that we wanted to share. So for outdoor spaces and buildings, the key for respondents was the importance of buildings and outdoor spaces as conduits for seniors to remain active and social. They also wanted to focus on providing age-friendly amenities throughout town facilities, the private sector, and through parks design. So things like accessible washrooms, shade structures, seating areas, and recreational opportunities. They also touched on the importance of snow removal and investigating additional lighting and accessible parking in various areas. For transportation, respondents focused on improving various aspects of traditional and alternative transportation options, including routes, reliability and frequency of services, affordability, and accessibility. They also spoke about improving the awareness of transportation options that are out there through marketing and promotional efforts throughout the community, as well as improving infrastructure required for active transportation, such as power charging stations for scooters and wheelchairs, and bicycle repair stations. The main focus for housing was to investigate and advocate for increased housing options in Ajax. Oops, went back one. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, well, I can't go back, but for housing, there were long-term care, affordable housing, rental units, and alternative housing options. And then respondents also spoke to funding and housing support services, subsidies and volunteer programs that could help them remain in place or age in place. For the focus for social participation, respect, and inclusion was to ensure that there was a variety of programs, services, educational opportunities, and events that would keep seniors engaged, learning, and interacting in social situations. Respondents also spoke about programming being affordable, inclusive, and even intergenerational, and sought ways to encourage and include isolated seniors in programming efforts. And the focus for civic participation and employment was that seniors want to contribute to their community through both employment and volunteer opportunities. Volunteering was a very important topic of discussion, and respondents spoke to developing targeted communication plans to encourage older adult volunteering, to explore opportunities for increased multi-generational volunteer opportunities, and to continue to recognize the volunteer contributions of older adults in our community. Respondents also spoke to developing awareness campaigns, training opportunities, and resource kits for businesses, which then provides opportunities for those seniors who wish to still work. And then sufficient, good quality, appropriate, and accessible healthcare and community supports are vital to maintaining health and independence in the community. So for this dimension, respondents were looking for advocacy to all levels of government for increased general practitioners, specialists, and home care supports, as well as long-term care beds and assisted living environments. They felt that this was paramount to improving access to health and social services in our community. There was also a focus on education, awareness, and communication of support services already available in the community that people may not know about, as well as exploring seniors helping seniors programs to assist with navigating the healthcare system. They found this was very, very confusing, and unless they were able to talk to someone who's been in that situation before, they found it really hard to navigate. And if we've learned anything from this pandemic, it's that staying connected is vital. It's even more vital for seniors for a number of reasons. But with the rapid evolution of information and communication technologies, supports are essential to ensure people are engaged. The focus for this dimension was to provide different options for information dissemination to keep people informed, such as online and print, information fairs, information kiosks, electronic signage, and information sessions. Digital literacy has definitely been realized as a gap during this pandemic. And interestingly enough, digital literacy supports such as classes, intergenerational programs, and providing computers and digital devices in community hubs, all to assist in helping to deal with the ever-changing technology and accessing digital information has already been identified as a need in this community. So the plan approval phase is the final phase of the project, which is where we're at now. So as mentioned in the report, becoming an age-friendly community is not a formal designation. It just doesn't exist. But the town will be applying to become a member of the global network of age-friendly cities and communities. And this will give us membership in the coordinated global response to the age-friendly movement. Advantages include access to global information, support from a global network, recognition and visibility of Ajax's age-friendly initiatives, and opportunities for global collaboration. The steering committee also planned a launch event to honor our commitment and celebrate becoming age-friendly, and we're hoping that we can do this when it is safe to do so in the current climate of the pandemic. And that is all I have today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Manager Gruber. That was very well done. First question for Mr. Gruber or Ms. Vaughn. This will be by Regional Councillor Joanne Dice. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the work you've done on the report. And you know, one of the #1 asks, of course, was for more dedicated space, which I know we've discussed in the past at the current location doing an expansion. Do we know when we could possibly do that? Are we considering it now?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, now that we've actually listed this in as one of the deliverables, I think this is something then that we need to look at when, or senior management needs to look at when we're sort of working through, you know, where we want to go with positions and or with buildings and spaces. If you recall, when we looked at the seniors recreational services strategy, we talked about opportunities where we could sort of start to build and grow some of the existing community centers. But what really came out with the data that we had was that folks, although they are liking the clubs, in fact, a lot of people belong to all 4 clubs, which I find fascinating. So they actually belong to both of the seniors clubs that have buildings and both of the Probus clubs, as well as programs in Whitby and Oshawa. So they're going all over the region. What they're looking for is something that is more central in Ajax, but is run by the town because they feel that there is a bit more stability when it is run by the town. And they are also looking for something that is, I believe, a bit more newer, some of the amenities that are there. You know, a lot of people that we talked about a therapeutic pool, walking tracks that are indoors that we don't, because we don't have a mall here in Ajax. And although we do offer it in some of our community centers, they do say it's a bit confusing when you're trying to meander in some of the community centers. So it really is up in the air. I mean, we need to, needs to be something that we need to discuss, but I'm not sure I can answer that question fully in terms of where we're at with the buildings.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, if I may add as well, as you're aware, we are also undertaking the Parks Recreation Master Plan. And within that work as well, it will speak more broadly to sort of the overall portfolio of buildings and services that the town offers. And we'll be able to provide some more information, some more data, and some more support around how we continue to evolve within the Recreation and Culture Plan, which will then give us great details and data to inform future long-range capital forecasts, capital programs, things of that nature. So we had a couple of steps along the way, the Recreation Services Seniors strategy, this work, and the Rec and Culture Master Plan. And those documents really work together to provide clear direction to staff on priority areas and how we phase these types of deliverables. Because, you know, as you can imagine, they are certainly come with larger price tags. So it has to be about phasing and funding and when is the right time, when do we have the capacity to do that. So I would also add the Rec and Culture Master Plan piece as well.
Thank you. And yeah, I agree. There's a cost associated. It's a large cost, and we have to be very careful. We can't be everything to everybody. However, we do need something. I think there's such a gap in the various ages for seniors. I think that's part of the challenge. So I leave it to you. I look forward to finding out. I just, one other comment was about the digital literacy. I think you're absolutely right. It was important. The good thing about COVID, it has really shown where the gaps are for our seniors. And I think there'll be some huge changes and perhaps some opportunities for funding through that also. But I think there's a financial barrier for a lot of seniors to be hooked up on a computer or a phone. So that's going to be a real challenge. But I love the photo. I have to say, the photo of all the seniors sitting there knitting. And when they talk about intergenerational programs, they have so many skills that they could pass on to different ages, like young mothers, young families. It would be great if they ran some programs. There's just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Vaughn. I always am impressed when you speak, because it's like if I'm reading an amendment from the LIS department, because you're so thorough, and appreciate that very much. Are there any other questions? Okay, Councillor Bauer, the floor is yours.
You're muted.
I don't know how many times I have to do that before I stop doing that. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for this report. Very interesting, useful information. I'm so pleased and excited to see how much work and effort has gone through to get to this stage. So thank you for all of that hard work. I was going to ask a question about what are the lessons learned as a result of the pandemic that perhaps were not included in some of the research in preparing this report, but I think I've already heard some of it, which is great, the gaps in the communication or the technology for sure. And I just want to make a comment regarding the connection in the community with seniors, the Seniors Center Without Walls program. I had the opportunity to dial in and participate in that program, and I was so impressed by how easy it is to make someone's day by being part of a phone call or a phone conversation. And not only was it educational, I listened to, it was one of the speakers. It was informational, educational, but then that relationship building between the town staff, it was Robbie on the call at that time, and the residents in our community, the seniors who had called in to listen. You could really get that sense of caring and connecting. So I just wanted to shout that out in this meeting because I really am grateful to live in a town that takes care of everybody. So that was one comment I wanted to make. And then the second comment, just looking at the report, I think I read that the booklet is going to be distributed in certain areas of the town where perhaps the seniors, the older folks might be able to have copies of it. So just on page 4, where we talk about the 57% of residents are racialized and 25.3 speak a different language. So my question would be the booklets, will we be offering them in different languages at different locations and possibly with different pictures to represent some of the makeup of our various residents in our town?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, we can definitely look into that. We have a small amount of money in the budget to produce these. What we've found in the past is not a lot of people pick them up physically. There may be a few, so I think we were looking at doing maybe 100 of them and then dispersing them throughout the community. And we will definitely have this digitally. When we have them digitally, I will take a look into how the translation services work when we can get that going. We did go take the document through the accessibility coordinator. So Sarah did have a look through things and we made lots of changes so that if there were e-readers going through it, that it would read things properly. We had a lot of acronyms without periods in between. So it would read it as WHO instead of WHO. So we did make sure that a lot of that was done. But I will definitely check in terms of the languages as well and where we're at. We did have some difficulty though, I'm not gonna lie, in terms of the photographs that we had. We were trying to look through our photos that were of the pixel, like how many pixels it has and what is like high quality for us to put into it. Because a lot of times, unless we have a professional photographer or someone there, the photos that we have are really just for archival purposes. So some of them were high quality that we were able to put in and some were not. We'll continue to take a look though and definitely see what else we can find. But we did try to get a little bit of some diversity within there because we do want to make sure that it does speak to everybody. That's what this plan's all about.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, if I may add as well, one of the pieces that we will focus on as we begin to roll out this plan and engage with our community is working with those organizations who do work in ethnocultural communities and specifically run seniors groups, seniors ethnocultural groups. So for example, CDCD and the Welcome Center, particular community organizations, because what we found is if we translate a report in its entirety, sometimes it's a lot to read and it doesn't really pique the interest. Whereas if we're able to work with an ambassador from that community, be it a staff or a volunteer, around what those key deliverables and key understandings of those reports are, and have focus groups or conversations around what's coming down the pipe in their language, then we found that that has really worked well to engage people and have it be meaningful without it being sort of a dry report that they have to read. So we'll look at a number of different tactics to ensure that seniors are not left out, that we consider all seniors, regardless of language ability or mother tongue, that they have an opportunity to be aware, be informed, and be engaged, because that's really, truly important. And the other piece I would add on your original comment, in terms of gaps that have come out, what we've learned regionally, we've been working with the region of Durham around a number of these initiatives. One of them, for example, is the Friendly Call program. And what the region has certainly discovered with working with lower tier municipalities and community organizations is how many gaps there are between their services and isolated seniors or isolated marginalized groups of any kind. So I think as we come out of this pandemic and we go into recovery plans, there's going to be a lot of focus paid to how do we engage with those who aren't engaged? How do we connect with those who are isolated? And we can't depend on existing organizations and networks because those individuals aren't present in those networks. So there's going to be a lot of work, I think, as we move through the recovery phase and into post-COVID reality, where all of us are going to be really turning our attention to that. And a sort of a cute thing we're thinking about that I'll just share is there's been some requests from the seniors themselves. They're getting these friendly calls, they're doing the Seniors Without Walls program. So we're actually thinking of when it's safe to do so way down the road in a post-COVID reality, what sort of reunion or meetup can we have so that they can meet the individuals who've been calling them on a regular basis and checking in to see how they are. They can meet each other who they've been participating in the Seniors Without Walls program. And we'll continue to build community by bringing those folks together. So that's another thing that I think will come out of this, again, when it's safe to do that.
I love that. Thank you so much for that. Great idea.
Thank you, everybody. Are we all done with this? Any other questions? Okay. None? Can I get a mover for the recommendation in the report? And it will be Regional Councillor Dice. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
those in favor? Any? None opposed? This motion carries. All right. That brings the end of our open agenda. And now we're now moving into the closed session part of our GGC meeting. And the mayor is back.
Chair,
Yes.
can we move for a 5-minute recess?
Yes, I wanted to do that in the middle because we have to have a pause to close the live stream. We can do that at the same time. Okay. All right. So, and can I get a mover to move into the closed session? Yes. Moved by Councillor Bauer. Those in favor? None opposed. This motion carries. Okay, so we're going to pause for Thank you. None opposed. The motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
That
we're
was-
now live again.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to ratify the direction approved in the closed session?
I'll motion it.
Moved by Councillor Tyler Morin. Okay, all those in favor? All in favor? None opposed? This motion carries. And finally, I'd like a mover to adjourn this meeting.
I'll move it.
Councillor Crawford was up first. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Guess not. Okay, the motion carries.
Good job, Ashmead.